Hello. Welcome. I'm annoyed. Great way to start stream. Hold on. I have to add things. Hello, everybody. Hello. Does this look okay? Yes? Okay. JC popping in early, like always. Hello, Laura. Hello, Esther. The cream box. Yeah. Still can't see it on mobile. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, I'm kidding. The microphone trying to want to fall down. There we go. Why am I annoyed? Seems like it changed a bunch of things. That is why I'm annoyed. All the hellos. Yeah. So you know how they changed up the plans so that you have to pay in order to do like an intro video. But you still could upload videos. Just you couldn't upload it into the intro video part. So like that's how I still was able to have like the starting soon screen set up. Well, now you can't even do the videos. Nope, you can't even do the videos. You can use their stuff. So I think I didn't test it because I was annoyed, but let me see. Does this work? Okay, that works and it has music. Well, I can't remove it. Hide, rename, move to hide. Does that? Okay, that makes it go away. Yeah, and they have like timers and a be right back and starting soon screen, but it's like 15 minutes. Oh, I can't. Can I loop this? Hold on. Let's see. I mean, I hate that it's not mine, but hold on. And my microphone's falling. So it looks like that. And it comes with its own music. I think it's not. Oh no, that was Spirit City. Can I loop it? I'm curious now. What will happen? Be ready to see. Yeah. Okay, so the loop is not bad. But again, it's not mine. When I click my 5-minute video of the starting soon screen, it tells me share a video clip. The free plan comes with one example video. If you'd like to share your own video, check out our upgrade plan. And then it says, see what you get by upgrading. It's very, very annoying. Which is why it was just the leaf background, because I was like, I'm not going to come straight on. No, thank you. When you get to your back end on what's it, yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. I'm in the studio now trying to figure out a workaround. I appreciate that. I like that. But I don't necessarily mind how it looks, the like visual setup of it. I don't like that they took away my ability to put in a video clip. I don't use all the music, but I think it will let me. Hold on, let me just put something random. Let's try this one. Use the music I've uploaded, so that's nice. Let me put Spirit City back on. So yeah, it's just not nice. Like, why? Let's see. My 1 and a few seconds long intro and outro video still works. Is it set in the outro intro segment, or is it in the video segment? Oh, wait, I can't use my intro clips. Okay, never mind. If I had just bothered to read the next one. You might have to upload an unlisted countdown, then share your screen and play it as a worker. Oh, I could do that. My issue is there are only two reasons I am still using StreamYard. And if someone from fucking StreamYard is listening, listen to this. There are only two reasons I still use StreamYard. One is for community events, because it's the easiest way to get a bunch of people on at once without me having to do some wacky magic on OBS. 2, it is easy and simple, and it's not as much of a pull on my systems as OBS is for just Writingsprints. Those are the only 2 reasons I stream publicly with OBS. If it continues to take things away and charge an obscene amount of money, I'm just going to stop using StreamYard, except for community events probably. And I'm just going to use the other software that I have. Like, that's the only 2 reasons I use StreamYard. Only 2 reasons. Because I don't need to use it to talk in the back rooms chat with people. I have Discord and other things that I can do. Like, I literally use this just because it's easy and less stressful to set up on a Monday for sprints. And this makes me so angry. Because as I could do this as a workaround, I could just use OBS and my starting student screen is already set up there. Like, yeah, that's just more work for me then, when the whole point of using StreamYard is for it to be easy. That's exactly what I was over here trying to see if I can do. Yeah, because then, yeah, you can just share your tab and like you do for timers. But I have them on video clips, but not on the intro outro. So, okay, yeah. Because I know a lot of people moved their videos to the intro outro slot, and that's how a bunch of people weren't able to do intros and outros anymore, because that was considered part of Pro, which I can understand that. That makes sense, because it's an automatic thing that comes on and off versus the video slot one. You have to click the button and then hit start instead of hitting start and the clip and everything is in sync. So I get that. It's a little bit more like you have to do a little bit more work, so it's not as fluid as like the intro things. I was like, that's fair. But now we can't even do that unless we use one of their things, which is not good for branding. Like, no. I think it will work, JC. If you want to do that will work. That will be completely fine. I'm just annoyed for the fact that would just mean I have more work, even though it's not really that much, but more work, and becomes more complicated. Yeah, but I still can't see them. I pulled up the video, and if I just share the screen with the intro and play it and hit go live, it should come on while the intro video is still playing. And then I will just add me in after the intro is over. We'll see if it works once it, yeah. The video in StreamYard and a video on YouTube. Where are you pulling up the video, JC? I'm just curious for clarification's sake. Right, stupid StreamYard. I love that last productivity stream we complained / talked about YouTube's changes. Now it's StreamYard's turn to take up the beginning part of my stream with grievances. Like, why? I pulled up the video and it's separate. Oh, separate file, like on your computer. Okay. Yeah, you could do that too. So annoying, right? Like I pulled it up on my computer. Yeah. And then I share screen. Yeah, that's another way instead of posting it on YouTube as an unlisted or private video. But I haven't set up streams for the rest of the year, just July. Yeah. It's not too complicated to do that. It's not. But it's a lot of extra button pushing. And for me personally, as someone who streams more, and I have streaming software that is already pre-set up, it would be just easier for me to completely abandon StreamYard when I use it for ease and for the non-complicatedness of it. It's not. And I feel like StreamYard opened as that kind of thing when we all were fighting it, and it was more of a still smaller business. That's kind of how StreamYard sold itself, as like an easy and convenient way to stream without worry or without pull on your system like other softwares. And I understand companies need money, and I get that, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to put everything behind a paywall. Yeah. Especially, I'm still getting that banner at the top of StreamYard when I first open it, offering me a free pro subscription, I think it is, which I'm sure there's caveats to it. I haven't clicked it, but they're still offering me that, which I feel like is telling. So again, StreamYard, if you're listening, you have almost the whole YouTube author tube community at your beck and call. So many of us use StreamYard. If you make this more complicated, people will leave. Yeah, just saying. Let's see. All right, got that already. It is annoying. I get you. Yeah. A lot of things going at the same time. If a platform is not going to make my life easier, why use it? Exactly. That is my complete idea. Well, I've seen Rest stream, and I do not like that option, so I will find a way. StreamYard is going to learn today. People will find ways for a workaround. Yeah, exactly. Or they will lose the people they do have. Exactly. It's free for a week only. Oh, okay. See, there you go. Because I just didn't press it because I was like, it's probably going to be for a tiny amount. So there. It's, not worth it. Well, there are no other options for streaming that I like. So hey is what the hate. So I like words, brain. Oh my God. Well, there are no other options for streaming that I like. So hey it is what it is. Yeah, and no, and there will be people in the community that this is their best option or their only option. But I am not the only person on AuthorTube, especially people who stream also on Twitch, and there's a good amount of those people that stream both, like Esther and Dez and Nia, who have setups that some of them can easily convert to just using the streaming software instead of StreamYard. But people use StreamYard on YouTube because it's convenient and easy. I'm not the only one that has this feeling, including the reading community also. So the more they put behind the paywall that seems unnecessary is going to hurt them. Because like I said, okay, fine. We can't have our own personal logo. That's okay. We're branded with StreamYard's logo. Fine. Whatever. I understand that. I never used overlays. Whatever. The convenience between having the intro video setup and the outro video setup is great, because all you had to do was press one button and everything started. You knew how long your video was, and then your stream started. I never used it, but I could see the appeal of why everyone was switching to it. To put that behind a paywall, excuse me, I understand that. I get that. To put the videos behind a paywall, probably because I wasn't the only person using that for my intro screen instead, is unnecessary, especially when one of your many options for videos is a starting soon screen. Tells me something. It is telling, and that's not right. It's not right. There should be an option, even if you're only allowed, like their streaming one is 15 seconds. Mine was a 5-minute and 30-minute video for a max amount that I would be having the screen on, ideally. Okay, limit how long a video clip can be. And if you want an unlimited high amount of minutes for a video, put that behind the paywall. But don't put the ability for us to use the video functions behind the paywall. No. I don't agree with that. Even the background. I can understand the background being something put behind the paywall. Okay, that's fine. Because that's a little thing. That is a branding thing, but a little thing. That's fine. But to completely not allow us to use our own videos completely is not okay. Not okay. Limit how long they can be. Make us have to loop it, or not allow us to loop it. Those are way more realistic restrictions than just taking it away. I get angry at how it keeps alienating a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. StreamYard was easy, convenient, and had a lot of options under free. And then if you wanted to upgrade to see more perks, it was a reasonable price for a lot of people. Again, not everyone could pay, but it was reasonable. And their prices went up to an unnecessary amount for what you were getting. And now they are limiting more and more the free option. Again, I have OBS for free. I have Stream Elements for free. There are plugins I can buy if I want, but I have all that set up free on my computer. Again, not everyone has this. This is a privilege that I have to have this option, because it does pull on my laptop, and not everyone's laptop can handle it. But there are more people that can still have that option than less people. Than to take away something that is convenient and was very universal, which is what StreamYard started out. That's true. My laptop can't handle the streaming software. Yeah, exactly. Not everyone's can. But the reality is there's probably more people that can than can't. I hear it, yeah. OBS might get more use. Yep, I stream alone, so exactly. That's why I like, if anything, I'll use it for the next Storyteller Hearth Relay, and that'll be the next time I open it. Yeah. Oopsies. LOL. Also, the price tiers went sky high. Yep, exactly. Is that promote? Yep, that was promote. Hello, Tang. Welcome to my rant. Again, I think last time you left, or you got here after my rant last stream. We are once again spending almost 30 minutes ranting about changes to the stream. So, holy shit, that's more than access to shop library. Exactly. It goes down to like $39 if you do the annual plan. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I finished my protein shake. But yeah. So again, StreamYard. If someone from StreamYard is listening, I am not happy. You could lose me. I know I'm a free customer, but I'm also free advertisement for you. By using your system, by having the logo up here, you could lose me. There are people in my chat who also use your system within the community who are also not happy. Pay attention. Pay attention. Which is still, yeah, a lot of money. The price they're charging isn't a lot if you're someone that streams a lot, though. Like you and Esther actually stream enough where it's worth it. For me, who only streams once a week, that's crazy. No, it's still, for me, it's still not worth it. Because again, I have OBS for free. I didn't have to pay for OBS. I have the Stream Elements plugin. That's my bot. And also has, right now they're kind of broken because they're changing up their system, but has the like pop-ups on screen for people who sub and stuff. All that for free. And I can't use that on StreamYard. I can't use the pop-ups for when people sub and when I get monetized, for when people leave super chats and things like that. I don't have access to that on StreamYard. And when I was dual streaming on Twitch, that was something that people missed, and I was willing to give up on that. So the price is still not worth it for some of the things that you don't get, especially for someone who streams a lot, because there are certain expectations that viewers have. Oh my goodness, that's just too freaking much. Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're doing this once a week. For once a week, for sure, it's a lot. But yeah, no, not when there are free options. Even Streamlabs, who I don't use because they're thieves, their free option still has a lot of custability. I don't think they're listening, but I don't think they care. Possibly. Well, I stream once a week, like UGC with StreamYard, yeah. I don't use StreamYard for Twitch. Yeah, exactly. And it won't be that hard to switch it up so that you can also use your streaming system for YouTube. Yeah. Oh, that's true. I forgot you don't use it for Twitch. Yeah. She was doing exactly what I was doing for a while, too, before I just completely dropped Twitch. Just in the reverse. I would have to stream daily here and be monetized here to make it worth it. Exactly. And that's only if you got enough, probably super chats too, enough members or subs, depending on Twitch or YouTube. So there's still a lot of things that would be dependent to make that price of $40 worth it. The only thing I don't like about OBS is that when your internet signal is weak, it doesn't keep the stream up like StreamYard does. Yes. Because it is a pure operating system, which again is the simplicity of StreamYard, because technically with StreamYard, you're not using streaming software, you're using a streaming service. So, I don't know. I'm big annoyed, big upset, and I may have to think about continuing to use it. Yep. Yeah, I know, it's just annoying. Yeah. Yep. But with OBS, if or no, not OBS, with YouTube, when you connect your broadcast to YouTube, if your OBS glitches, YouTube will still continue to stream. It will like hold your place so that to it. Ever so often, I think I've had 2 situations where it took too long for OBS to come back online, and StreamYard or YouTube dropped me, so I had to like end the stream and then reopen the stream to continue. But that's only happened to me twice, and I've had multiple times where the internet's done a weird, stupid thing, or my laptop was getting hot and it OBS like glitched. StreamYard or YouTube just kind of held me in place, and then I reconnected. So, again, I don't know about Twitch because we broke up. Oh, that's nice. I didn't know that. Yeah. Yep. Because on the bottom of OBS, it will tell you that it's reconnecting. Clearly, I don't use OBS to stream on YouTube. Yeah. Yes. Yep. On Twitch, it drops you really quick. I wouldn't be surprised. Twitch is toxic. But we have bitched for 30 minutes. Or allotted time for bitching, apparently, with new things that are unreasonable and or dumb. And restart a new stream when you reconnect. Oh, yeah. That's silly. I've only, again, had to do that twice. And that was literally just because YouTube and OBS couldn't communicate correctly. Like, OBS was reconnecting, nothing, and then reconnecting, and then nothing, and then reconnected. And it was like, oh, hi, never mind, YouTube died. That's really what was happening with that. Okay. Well, I'll be back going to get food. Okay, thank you. I don't know why I said thank you like you're leaving, JC, but enjoy the food. That's what I should have said. I'm so frazzled and upset. Okay. Yes, anyways, let's work. If you weren't here last stream, I finished the thank you, guys. My brain. I finished Project Blasphemy's prequel. I'm giving myself a break from Project Blasphemy for the month of July, because I finished stream on the 30th. I finished the prequel. So what I'm going to do, what I'm going to do today and the rest of the month, which is ironic because this is the month that it was born into existence. I'm going to be working on Hunger's Desire and writing more chapters. I'm hoping to start publishing next month because Bungle is the one who reads it, and Bungle is reading Project Blasphemy 1, and I'm not sure how well they feel about going back and forth between the two projects, specifically because of the tenseness, because I write in present tense for Hunger's Desire. I regret every day, but I write in present tense for that. And Project Blasphemy is in past tense. So I'm not sure. Oh, camera. I'm not sure how they feel going back and forth. So I'm hoping to just take this month just to write more chapters and have a backlog for Bungle to be able to read when they get to that point and they're able to read. And then I may also take the time to work on my little super side gig. I will be putting out another serial under Dolores that will have no alpha reader and no critique reader. I'm just going to write it, run it through Grammarly, and post it. So it will probably be extremely rough, but yeah, that is going to be something that I don't know when I'll start posting, but I need to start working on it. So I may go back and forth between working on Hunger's Desire and working on that, because once I get my groove back, I at one point was able to write like one chapter in a day for Hunger's Desire because they're shorter chapters. So yes, that might be an option also, is what's going to be happening this month. Not just only on stream, obviously, but like just in general. I'm not writing another newsletter. I will be filming another newsletter. I don't know when. I'm hoping sometime this week. This week's kind of busy. I might have some time on like Thursday to film something very quick. That will be slightly raw like last time. Just update everybody. But, you know, stream, you get extra things. Let's see. A nice congratulations. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, it was funny. She came out of a sprint right into another sprint. Yes, I was right there on the end, and I just was like rapid moving. LOL, tense can be rough. Yeah, tense is hard. Tense is hard. I still fuck up tense. When you start reading the Project Blasphemy book 1, you will see that. You will see my tense problem because it's still there, even in that one. I'm waiting for something written in future tense in the second person view. Oh my. Wait, what is future tense? Is that a thing? I'm confuzzled. It's okay, girl. I'm buying our rough too. I don't see that. I think they're fine. I'm rereading Marina, and man, so many subplots left. That's a different story. I'm literally thinking about just grammar and stuff like that. That's all I'm thinking. This serial will be a self-contained serial. I say that, and not Hunger Desire. Project Blasphemy was supposed to be a 1 book, and now it's 2 books with a novella. But my plan is for it to be just a self-closed serial that's sci-fi. That I'm not sure if it should be labeled like paranormal sci-fi or just alien sci-fi. I'm unsure. I'm not sure what to label it, but I have time before then to figure that out. So, but it will also be just spicy-ish romance. There will definitely be like sexual scenes and stuff like that, but it's not an erotica because it'll be under the Dolores name. Then I fudge up verb tense. I may or may not see that. That's also fair. I don't think I ever noticed if you had any tense problems, but again, I'm not great at that. You will say, I want peanut butter. I have no peanut butter. Oh. I think I thought, excuse me, that was present tense. I don't know. So confusing. My head. Oh, don't get me started on grammar. So many that were supposed to be. Wait. Oh, don't get me started on grammar. So many, not. I don't know what I said there. So many that they are supposed to be, should be off from, that should be from. A frown will cross your brow while your stomach grumbles. Frown will My fingers were dropped. I got the gist of that. I was reading that fine until my brain was like, maybe that's not okay. That is the problem sometimes with my dyslexia. I'll think everything's okay, and then suddenly a sentence doesn't make sense because what my brain assumed you were saying was actually not what you were saying, and then I realized there's a mistake. Like Bungle was reading a paragraph to me of Hunger's Desire, and I was like, oh, that's not right. But I was reading it right before they read it, and when I read it to myself in my brain, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But then they read it out loud to me, and I was like, oh, actually, no, nope, that didn't make sense. So future tense is an action that has not happened but will happen. That's me just having fun doing 2 POVs in future tense. Oh, okay. And yes, that's future tense. I don't think I realized future tense was a thing. I think, and I say I think because I'm not sure anymore, that I thought that was just present tense. I don't know. So it is like I wrote they when I meant the, same with of and off, etc. Yeah. Tense is hard. I'm playing about as I'm kind of stoned. No, you're good. My dyslexic brain feels like it's erroring and like not fully, I don't want to say grasping or understanding. It's like it's having a revelation that's like, no, this doesn't compute. Nope. I refuse to accept this new knowledge. That's what it feels like mentally. You might be thinking of I'm running instead of I will run. Oh. I'm running. I will run. I guess those are different. Yeah. Yep. I don't. My initial thought was like, that's the exact same thing. So there you go. There's the example of like, I just thought they were the same thing. I don't know. There was future tense. Is like, you get it, but don't get it at the same time. Yes. Grammar is chaos in English, at least. Yeah. That's why it's one of like the hardest languages to learn. Or at least to learn as a second language, from what I hear. I don't know. True, yes. Okay, let's set a timer before I continue to break my brain with apparently new knowledge. We're gonna do 30 minutes because between my smoothie and my water, I have to go to the restroom. So, and I need more water because it's almost empty. Grammar is easier in Spanish. Gender is a bitch in Spanish. Yeah, because we gender everything, and I don't even know how to really sentence structure in Spanish. Okay. All right. 30 minutes to get going. And 1, 2, 3, go. All right. I just realized I didn't have a banner up. This whole thing has just thrown me off course. Ugh. Well, I spent the majority of that rereading the last chapter, going back to my notes and figuring out where was I? What is my lore again? And yeah, that's what I did. I wrote a little bit. I wrote like a few sentences. But definitely have spent too much time away from the story. There we go. Especially because, like, my ass didn't follow conventional vampire lore. And then I realized apparently I wasn't keeping that in my document. It was in my head, so I wrote it down for the next time. I'm so bad. Just made my life harder. Just made my life harder. I feel that right. I know, because you took long breaks too. Let's see. You guys were all talking about languages. I think this is where we stopped. Grammar is easier in Spanish. Gender is a bitch in English. Yep. Yes, in the government programs that teach language, they rate the difficulty to learn a language 1 to 5. English is the only level 5 language. Really? I would have thought Japanese was like also a high level of difficulty, because there's a lot of like kanji, and then the one that starts with an H that I can't remember. There's like literally 2 different dialects that are spoken not interchangeably, but like congruently. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Conjugation becomes a mess thanks to gender. I get that gender thing. They have 3 genders in German. I did not realize that until you said that. Mask, femme, and neither. That's nice. Yeah, that's why I stopped learning German, even though I had 2 German friends willing to help me. I mean, that's like what, your 3rd language at that point? I think French also has more than 2 genders. I might have to confirm that with a friend. That would be interesting if it is. Russian is a nightmare. Only 2 genders. I think IIRC, but 6 cases. What does cases mean? That's what I was curious about. You make your own lore and have it nowhere besides your head. I know. I'm not prepared. Not prepared for a long break, which is what I did. Unplanned, but what I ended up doing. Yeah, problems. Especially when I make up things on the spot while I'm typing it, and I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Japanese is a lot of memorization. I've heard that. Japanese is easier than Korean, and Korean is a level 4. So is Russian. Oh. Oh, I forgot about katakana. I totally forgot about that one. Which is used only for foreign languages, yeah. And I'm not going to try and say that. Roman letters like English. Oh. That's interesting. Because I feel like anytime I see someone learning Japanese or trying to learn Japanese, they talk about how difficult it is, or people who would be considered native speakers as a second language, how difficult it is to learn, especially if you're not living in Japan. It's easier if you live in Japan, which it's easier to learn any second language if you're living in that country, but you know. Korean is the simpler East Asian language to learn. The problem is that South Koreans like to shorten their words, so almost everything is a slang. Hey, like American English. That literally sounds like American English. I mean, they learn kanji for their entire school life, so yeah, that's true. That's very true. I have to go back to my app to relearn ASL. I think I have enough finger function to go back to doing that. What I need to do is practice doing both hands. That's what I need to do. Because you can technically do it both ways. It's just people tend to have a dominant hand that they talk with. But when I was high on the anesthesia, I apparently talked pretty well with my left hand, according to my mom. Because I was randomly signing like baby sign language to her for I have no idea what reason. Because apparently I like confused the nurse in recovery for why I was signing. Mandarin is a pain. Oh, I've not heard of people complain about learning any Chinese dialect. So I do know they also have a couple different ones, because like my sister's husband is Chinese American, and he knows, what does he know? He doesn't know Mandarin. He knows, I think it starts with a C. Yes, Cantonese. There you go. He knows that because that is the most common dialect spoken from where his family is originally from. So that's what he knows. I think my sister says he knows some Mandarin, but if he were to go to like someplace like Beijing, where Mandarin is the like dominant language, it would be a little bit difficult for him. Damn those accents, yeah. Yes, Chinese. Yeah, I would love to be able to learn more languages, including Spanish. I just can't retain shit, is what I feel like is the issue. Because I've tried so many times and gotten into like fights with my mom because I can't remember stuff. But learning sign language is so much easier, and I think it's because it's such a physical language. There are still some things that I can't always remember. Like I'm gonna have to probably go back at least 2 lessons because been a while since I've opened my app. I know I've lost my streak, but it is definitely easier for me to retain than it has ever been for me to retain like Spanish. So I don't know. I do wish I had someone to speak with, though. I keep trying to convince my husband to learn with me. He probably goes to Hong Kong and Shanghai. I don't remember, honestly. But possibly. You need to use it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, take it from me. I barely know any Korean anymore because I never use it anymore. Yeah. 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 But the problem with Spanish is even with me using it, like my mom did try that. And I struggled so hard to comprehend things. What makes me feel better about that, though, because even like, you know, verbal stance versus like reading or writing, which is always like the next level harder when you're learning a language, is that I watched a video from like a dyslexia specialist person that was talking about languages and did say that he did say it is actually harder for people with dyslexia to learn second languages because we already have a hard time retaining like first language. Which ironically in the like comments there was a few people who were also learning ASL and finding it easier than any other language. So I don't know. I do say more bits and pieces of Spanish though when I'm around my mom, or like when me and Bungle are by ourselves, I will say one or two like random, it's more like a word in the middle of English. Like I don't even want to say proper Spanglish because I feel like Spanglish is its own dialect that I still don't fully do. So I don't know. So I remember doing what is it? The OWL app. I can't remember what the name is right now. I remember doing that for Spanish, and the app was like, I'm doing so great at like the beginning part of it because I said I had no experience, but then I go back and try to like use it and it's like it wasn't in my brain to begin with. I don't know. Yeah, take it. Oh no, you already said that. Yeah, dyslexia will affect the speed of learning. Yeah, maybe because dyslexia can't affect sign language. I still have Bungle's clips of singing on Repo Stream. Duolingo, that thing, the bird one. Yes, I've tried using a couple apps, and I just can't. And I think this kind of is because so much of sign language is literally almost like Egyptian, where it's like a picture versus spelling. Because I have the same problem in sign language if you spell out the word, because I can't comprehend what you're saying, like what I'm seeing. I do have an easier time finger spelling to somebody else, but understanding someone's finger spelling is hard. But if you, instead of like signing tree or like signing good night, if you just tell me good night, I understand that. If you spell it out for me, it's a little bit more difficult for me to comprehend what you're saying. So I think that's why it's easier for me to understand sign language, because it's more of like a image language. So, yeah, I don't know. Like the word, I think is it katakana? It might be katakana or kanji. There's the word for tree and the word for house literally looks like a tree and a house, and I always remember that because it looks like a picture, and I can remember. I don't remember where I learned that, but I will never forget it because it looks like it. So I feel like if we had more languages that were like that were more like picture based or like item based instead of alphabetic, which is what we got from Arab people, it would be easier to learn. So I'm not sure. Yeah, that's my opinion. Kanji for us Korean learners. Yeah, some Asian languages are constructed to give you a clue of what it means. That would make sense. That would make sense. Chinese is written in hieroglyphics. That's the word I was looking for. Hieroglyphic too. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because I always wanted to learn like ancient Egyptian because it was hieroglyphics and pictures, but I never did. And I don't think you can really unless you like go to school for like archaeology and stuff like that. But as a kid, I thought it was cool because it was pictures and it was really like A, what the picture meant, B, what was around the picture, and then C, the contents of the string of pictures could literally make something mean something else. And I thought that was an amazing concept, and it seemed so easy to understand because you could have like the eye of Taurus. Is it Taurus? Eye of... I might be getting the god wrong, but you could have that in a string of sentences, and it could literally just mean someone's eye, or it could mean the god, or it could mean the pharaoh, and it depended on the context of the rest of the line of hieroglyphs that would tell you what that one symbol meant. And I thought it was amazing. I thought it was amazing. Would be the phonographic sound. Wait, no. I was thinking in Spanish. You have too many languages in your brain. For Chinese hieroglyphs. Oh. That sounds fun. Interesting. And when you say Chinese is written in hieroglyphs too, do you mean like Mandarin? Or do you mean Cantonese? Or is it all? I'm just curious. Now I can't. Now I have to. Is it the Eye of Taurus? Of Horus. Eye of Horus. That's what it is? Not Taurus. I don't know where I got the T from. There's the Eye of Horus. That's what I was thinking of. I had to ask Google. Let me change that back to 20 minutes. I'm also going to set up sounds. I think I'm going to do some rain. Just light rain. Do I want keyboards? Oh, actually. What does this sound like? I'm curious. Because I'm literally writing a Christmas cereal, so. What are these melodies? These are Christians. This is a Christian song. This is Away at a Manger. What other songs is it going to play? Come from Chinese. I know the kanji does. Yeah, there's Korean and there is Sino-Korean. We had to learn both at the Presidio. What is the next song is it going to play? I'm curious what these holiday melodies are. They're Christian ones. Let's see. I was just curious. All right, we're going to just stick with the rain, I think. Do you want tapping sounds? Nah, we'll just do rain. Rain today. Chinese is a little complicated, so whatever. Is the system that uses is the system they use to write the phonetics of the words, but logographics of Chinese are the written word. Don't know if I explained myself correctly. You probably did, and I just don't understand. Eye confusion. Like ni hao is whatever. I'm still afraid of saying that word wrong. Forgot where the accent goes. I have no idea. I know there is an accent in there, but it's fine. We're just in chat. This is the written word. Oh, okay. I understand what you mean now. Because they have like an Arabic. Nope. I forget exactly how to say it. The like alphabetic way of spelling, which we get from the Arabs. Yes, that word. But apparently I can't say it. And then they have the character way, which I think is more traditional for them to spell words. Oh wait, no, that's not right. It's not Arabic. It's a longer word. And it's used to describe alphabetic writing or language. Not just Arabic. It's a different, because you wrote it out, I realized what this was. But yeah, like when you study language, you learn that the modern alphabet we get from the Arab people. So it has like Arabic in the word, but it's a longer word. Same thing with Roman. I'm not sure. And for Korean, yeah, okay. So like they have one where it has like traditional alphabetic spelling and then character spelling. Okay. Yes. Oh, alphabetic? No, it's not alphabetic. It's what is? Hold on. Now I must know what it says. Let me ask Google. I don't know how to even ask Google this question. No, I'm not interested in the AI mode. Go away. Nope, that is exactly Arabic. Not where to? Oh, it does in the chat while I'm attempting to figure out this thing. Google's not being helpful. My Google Doc just answered me from across the room. No. I can see the word that I'm thinking of in my mind, but I don't know A, how to say it, and B, how to spell it. Historians say this word like all the time when they're talking about it. I give up. I don't want to know that hard. They use their own writing system and have an alternative system for phonetics. Yeah. And then hi Diz! Yay! All the highs. Oops. All the highs. Hugs. Oops. I pressed the wrong button. I meant to press that one. And JC's back. Yay! Languages are so interesting. They are. I've actually been back for a bit, but I didn't want to interrupt the combo. That's fine. I'm slightly interested in Thai, but man, it sounds so complicated and it writes so complicated. What might be actually easy for you to learn, from what I understand, would be Tahi. No, is wait, hold on. I want to say the language correctly. Tagalog would be easier for you to learn. It's the Filipino language because Spain colonized the Philippines. A lot of Tagalog, especially because Tagalog is like the main language, and then there's like smaller dialects depending on what village and what island you're on. But a lot of Tagalog is also blended with Spanish. They have a lot of Spanish in their language because of that. And the only reason I know that is because I work with a lot of Filipino nurses or like Filipino American nurses. That's why I had a doctor who was Filipino and he spoke so well in Spanish. So he's the one that actually told me that the Philippines were colonized by Spain. So, Korean doesn't need phonetics though. Each letter is designed to teach you how to pronounce it. That's why, however you say that, the great designed it. True, Tang, but it can get really confusing for people who are not used to logographic languages. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know. I'm the weirdo who runs away from all the languages that are similar to Spanish. No, that's not being weird. I mean, that's fair. I actually thought about doing a book that had a character, like maybe a love interest that was Filipino, with like another like Latino person to kind of like have the like colonizes together kind of concept, and then I decided not to do that. I don't even remember what the story idea was, but I had a fleeting thought of a moment. So yeah, they speak Spanish commonly there, and a lot of their food is similar. Yeah, my brother was enamored by Filipino culture and women. And the women, yeah. Those Filipino women, apparently they can throw a chancla as well as any Latina, like, mom. They're scary. The nurses I have worked with in the past have been amazing, though. Does Lorraine has a short with us Filipinos? But I know that's what kind of inspired my thought. Plus the fact that the Philippines have also been colonized by Spain and kind of. I think I had this idea when Pokemon came out with, Scarlet and Violet, because it's based off of the is Belen Palencia or whatever the Spanish and the Spain and Portugal Palencia is called. Iberian Palencia. There we go. Around the same time, because I was very angry at some of the Pokemon that they chose to put in the game, because it felt like they were very inspired by a lot of the cultures that Spain has colonized, and I wasn't the only one that was talking about it. But yeah, it all kind of like squished in my brain, but then I didn't go for it. If I remember, yeah, Des will correct me. Yeah, I love her. She was much fun to write. Bookish about love. Okay. I haven't read it yet. I'm gonna have to go read it on my list of things to read. It took me a while to get you were, it's like, oh, peninsula. Never heard it in English. I might be saying it wrong too. I pronounce a lot of words wrong or like weird, which is also not just me being dumb, which is what I always thought. Apparently it's a common, again, for dyslexia. There are so many. Now that I'm researching myself, there are so many things that I thought I was just dumb or stupid that are just like, oh no, it's actually really common for said thing. And I'm like, oh, well, that makes me feel better. Like the specific word. No, I understood what you meant. You're not stupid. Thank you. It is hard though. It is something that still plagues me to this day, where like I can understand high concepts of things and then trying to say something or write something, I look like a child. And it was a struggle growing up. People thought that I was very smart, and then would look at something I wrote and be like, or find out that I was like in the special ed classes, and they'd be like, but you're, especially science, but to be like, you're so smart in science. Like, you help me with my whatever thing. And I'm like, yeah, well, I have a learning disability. Smart lady. Thank you. Yes. Issues. Did you know that one of the most successful TV screenwriters from the 80s was dyslexic? You're fine. I have learned a lot of people that we did not realize have dyslexia. Even more than the couple that I did know. So it's just something that is easy to cover up and something we don't talk about, especially because in the past, dyslexia was tied with being retarded, especially, or like not retarded, but what is the word? When you can't read or write, illiterate. It was tied so much with being illiterate, so you were considered dumb. So it's something that people don't talk about, but people are talking about it more. Like, I'm pretty sure my grandfather, who everyone said was a genius, especially like in like an art way, like, and musically genius inclined, I'm pretty sure that's where my thread of my dyslexia comes from, because he was illiterate and could not read in Spanish or in English and could not write, but he was so smart. So there's a scene in Modern Family that Gloria's character says, "I'm so much smarter in Spanish. It applies to all sorts of things." Yeah. There's probably a way you communicate that can showcase how smart you are. In my brain, if I can just move things out. It was one of those things where I, like, in high school, we had 2 physics classes. We had like physics that was math based and then physics that was concept based. And I really wanted to be in the concept phased physics, but I couldn't be because of something else with my schedule. And anytime we were in class and we were going over the concepts of things before the teacher showed us how to like break down the math or like how we were supposed to prove whatever the concept was, I would be like, yes, I get this, I understand it. And the moment I was supposed to show proof of how the stupid thing worked was when I faltered. And it was so difficult. And I hated it. Because I could have debates and discussions and be fine, and then I need to like apply something and I crumbled. Well, on that note, let's do another sprint. Let's see if I can write more of this chapter. All right, 20 minutes. Actually, I'm going to do 25 minutes. Let's do a little bit more. I have to think a little bit. Okay. Hold on, I change banner. Banner, change. There we go. All right. And 1, 2, 3, go. I'm going to start hitting. Okay, good night if you're asleep by the time we're done. Thank you, Esther. All right. I hope everyone did something for that. It was whatever version of productive that was. I was trying to still like stretch my back. I continue to have to go back and forth on a couple of in my notes because I was like, wait, where are we at in the overall structure? What is Sebastian calling Katya at this point? Like I had to control F names to see if are we at the level of nickname yet? Like, are we doing this verbally? Is it only mentally that he's referring to her in this way? Like, there's a lot of like, I can't remember where I left off in the story per their relationship. Ugh. Especially for Sebastian, because he is way more affectionate and honest with being in love with her than she is with herself and him. So I was like, where did I leave this couple? I never want to take this long of a break ever again. I don't know how Esther did it. She took a couple breaks. I don't know. Wrote a paragraph. Yay! That is one more paragraph than you had last time. Always great. Always amazing. I also like need to get into the mindset, definitely also, of who these characters are. And remember like their flow. This is the hard part. Because I remember talking to Bungle about this when we were going over some stuff in Project Blasphemy, where Bungle was saying that they were having a hard time remembering that Lucian is not Sebastian, even though they're both like creatures that have been alive for a very long time. But Sebastian has more of the like old school, like vampire-ish vibe going on. Old world like soul about him, where Lucian is like way more older than what Sebastian is, but Lucian has like more modern feel to them, and like doesn't feel old, doesn't feel like they're eons old, because in order to be Lucifer, then the devil, like needing to constantly adapt to modern society instead of like cliche vampire, where you just kind of freeze and stop and like stick in time kind of thing. So I'm trying to like also remember that. Yeah, and also the female characters are also very different from each other. So this is the hard part of doing two things that are different. Also, including the level of technology is different in these two universes. Because I would say in Project Blasphemy, they are more advanced technologically than they are in Hunger's Desire. which is also something I have to keep in mind. This is hard. This is where sometimes I'm like, I wonder if it would be easier if I wrote straight fantasy, because there's just like rules and lines you can follow that are classic and everyone understands, and meh. But writing science fantasy or sci-fi, there's so many different stages, especially when you're dealing with technology and like how far advanced do you want to be. Difficult. So difficult. But I figure it out. I need to get in the groove with the story, and I can remember how the characters react. What are we doing? Actually, I take that back. I know exactly what we're doing, but how are we doing it? What is everyone's feelings and intentions? That's what I need to like get into the groove with for this. Especially because Hunger's Desire is a very like emotional, like visceral story. Like there's a lot of like, I wrote this with pure vibes and like pure emotion, and thrown into the like eroticness of the story. Like this is just pure feelings, and I have to get into that mindset, I feel like, which would probably be easier if I was writing a sexual scene, but I'm not, so I need to wrap my head around. If anything, this is the first scene that's important for world building besides the first scene, because we are finally celebrating Yulefest, and we have gone to the first Yulefest event. So we're meeting other species, and I need to iron out what species live in this region. This is the sad part about this not being a full book and being a serial, because I need to make decisions like now. Instead of in a book, I can write it and then I go back and edit it, and I'm like, I don't like this. Oh, maybe we'll change this, and we'll change that. And then a serial, I have to try and be as I have to try and keep continuity as much as possible, which would be easier if I was a planner, but I'm not. And I'm trying not to go rogue too much in new chapters and keep continuity, which is really hard when I'm like wanting to change my mind, especially because chapters are already out and I can't just go change things. That I think is the hardest part. I have now learned writing serial stories is the like, oh, I can't go back and change my mind. Or if I do change my mind, someone will A, call me out, or B, if I still plan to put this as a book later or whatever you're going to like combinate it to, you got to fix that continuity error now. Yeah, that's hard. Ugh. All right. Well, oh, can I do that? Oh, excuse me. Oh, I didn't realize you could do that. Okay. I don't mind that change. That's interesting. Okay. All right, let's do another sprint. All right, and 1, 2, 3. Perfect. I stopped right when I wasn't sure what to call something. Yay for me. Ugh. This is where I struggle to just give throwaway names to things because I'm like, what about if it's important later and I don't like the name of it? I need a name of a company and probably a name for a family. Fuck. Let's see. Tank got 2 more paragraphs. Yay! Oh, a name. Yeah. So I need a name for a company that's like probably defense company. That's probably what they do. Defense. Because if they build shields, defense makes sense. And they're elves. But I don't know if I should give them... If I should say that they like immigrated to this place and give them like a Norse last name, or if I should give them a general name, because Hunger Desire takes place in like southwest America area, sort of. I'm not saying it takes place in Arizona, but a lot of my vibes are very much the Sonoran Desert vibes that I'm writing. I'm just not declaring that it is. I don't know. Let's see. What kind of company and what sort of world are we talking about? So Hunger's Desire is a paranormal sci-fantasy world, and my 2 characters are a vampire, a Hispanic vampire, Latino vampire, and a succubi. Those are my characters. But the story takes place over Yule Fest. And as I said earlier, this chapter we're going to our first event. And all these people have money. They're like high-end people. So like Sebastian, our vampire, runs like a medical company that does also help humans, but helps other paranormal creatures. So I need more content. Defense, like security, maybe. What do you mean defense? I guess security. I don't want. No one works for the government yet. We're not in the overall storyline of where paranormal creatures have taken over the world to protect the world. That's a later story that I had already started writing and then I stopped. So that's not yet. That's further down the timeline. But I guess like a security kind of company, maybe like Tony Stark. Yes. Or like paramilitary. No, not paramilitary. No. I think I like defense. Is this a company run by one of the families of the characters? This is run by an elven family. How about Escudo, or as an acronym, means shield. Could you use their family name? Well, my second issue is I don't know what to call them either. I literally, as I was typing, I stopped and had this thought of I don't know what to call them. Because I don't know if I want to insinuate that like this elven family has been in this like Southeast American-ish place and like immigrated from Europe. So they maybe perhaps don't have like a North's last name anymore. Or do I make them Norths? And they've like held on to their name. That's my secondary problem. Maybe figure that out first. Yeah, this is my problem. This is where being a discovery writer and writing a serial is bad, because I put too much thought into this. And partially the reason why this is a problem is my future project, the one I started writing and then stopped. There is an elf in there story. They're one of the love interests because it's a triad in that book. And they have a North's name. I don't remember what country I picked though. But they have, I'd have to look in my notes. But they have one because they're visiting. They're not from this American version of this world that I've created. Do you have a mood board for this project or anything? I need a 5. I don't know. Do I have a mood board for this? That's a good question. I'm not sure if I have a mood board for this. I know I have a mood board for the project, the future project that I stopped and then started. But that vibe is very different from this vibe. Nope, that's not how you change your thingamabobby. No, not view profile. I need to change profile. Switch count. There we go. That's what I need to do. Well, I never remember. Oh, I do have a mood board, but it's all clothing. It's just clothing, and a couple of pictures of people. There's not like accents to the world. That's what I thought. Skjold is Norwegian for shield. Okay, yes. Can that be a last name? Do we know? Or is it just a word? Oops. I am literally looking at how you spelled this and still spelled this wrong. Why? Let's ask Google. Yes, it can be a last name. It showed up on Ancestry.com. OM. Let's see. Okay, tell me more about the story. Why can't? No, I was wondering if it could be a last name because, like, I don't know what the rules are, in like the language. That doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. No, it doesn't. I think it's pronounced Shold. So this world is like futuristic Southwest area. It's a nearer future than, let's say, like Project Blasphemy, where there's not like transporters like in that world, but there is in this world. It's still, this area is very like heavily influenced by like traditional, like what people would consider traditional, like Pueblo Mexican style architecture, but also modern, like American modern architecture too. That's why I was thinking escudo, which is Spanish. Yeah. I think what I'm thinking is maybe the company name could be Escudo because they're here. But I do like their family name being this. Because they did enter the conversation where I left off, where they chuckled at my main female character, Katya. Because she's in disguise. She's disguised as a human, but also she's new to this area. She's not new to money and riches and like family, but she's also kind of like on the run-ish. And she hasn't been in high society for a very long time. So this is her first like reintroduction to high society, kind of. And she's never been with people on this side of the country. She's from like the East Coast. So like very old society. And she's marveling at some architecture, and these elves come in chuckling at her, thinking she's just like a normal human mesmerized by just like the riches of the room and shit like that. Oh wait, nope, the chat jumped. That's not where I was going. MFJC, oh, you want spear? What do you mean spear? Like a spear? This is the problem. I care too much because I could easily just randomly pull something out. And also, again, the problem of the fact that this is a serial and not a book where I can't just leave a placeholder. I feel like I have to make a decision. Not that like this episode is going to come out tomorrow or something like that, but it feels like it. No, I thought you said spear instead of shield. Oh, okay. I may not have been hearing correctly, and I'm high as cat. No, you're fine. You're fine. I could have, and I may have not noticed that I said the word weird. That's not a bad thing. Names are important, and I also don't do placeholders. I feel like my side issue is, at this point with this, is do I Just give them a name and the company a name and not care. And just hope that I don't decide later to bring them back and then not like the meaning. Because I'm always so held up on meanings of things. Like, I will like a name for a character, but because the meaning means something not to their personality, I will literally pick a different name. Because I like the background of it. I like the fact that it's kind of like an Easter egg. Like, I think I watch people who like break down books and movies and stuff and literally look into like the names of characters, and when a character's name meets their personality or something else to them, or like their mission or whatever, and people are like, oh, that must have been on purpose. It is always hard to know for sure, especially for like old text. And I'm like, I want to be that person where like it was on purpose. If you really thought about my writing, you would catch it, or catch it in post and be like, oh, that's so smart. But I also like symbology too. I have problems. So if I do escudo, I don't know if I'm saying that right, as an anagram, do I care if I know what it means? That's another question. Because I think I like the Norwegian name for the family name. And I can just use Mr. and Mrs. I don't need to give them complicated names. But if I do this for the company name, do I need to know what every letter means, or do I not care? Yes. Yes, what? Yes, I care, or yes, just do it. I'm going to just put this there so I know that it's a family name. Yes, you care. Okay. So what could it mean then? You're asking the wrong person, because I'm the person who has character sketches of everyone drawn up before I start writing, even side characters who may only be mentioned once. That's more deep than I get. Because I am fully okay with just picking a name for a side character and not caring. My brain, wow, words. My brain is just not working on what could each letter mean. I'm like the opposite. I pants my names. No. I do that for a lot of things, but not that. Like lore. I'm just like, nah, it means this now. So E could. Oh, I hate this. E could mean. I keep thinking escape, but I don't know if that would be a good. Escape. S could mean security. I spelled that wrong. C. What could C be? Side characters could end up with their own story, which is why it's important. No. I definitely I agree with that, but I tend to vaguely know. Like in Project Blasphemy, I decided that I picked Raphael's name, who was head of security, and fully knew that Raphael was an archangel, but this character was human. And then when I realized I needed Lucian to have a partner, friend thing, and I wanted them to be a demon, and I started looking up demon names and also fallen angel names, I came across the story of of Raphael falling in love with I don't remember his proper demon name, but I call them Asha, which is a shortened version, an official shortened version of the name per Google searching. And I was like, I'm gonna play this up, but I'm not gonna give them their own story. But they do. That's what book 2 is about them and another person. So I was aware that this could happen, but then on the opposite side of that, I can also just pick random names for no reason, the old man who's in charge of the house in Project Blasphemy. I believe I named him David, but it has no meaning behind it. I was just like, this sounds like a boring name. So I felt like a butler person would have this name. But yeah, sometimes when I'm picking side characters, I know that they could have a story, so I think about it more. But then I also definitely have stories where I'm like, this is literally a throwaway character. They will never have a story. I don't care. And my issue with the fact that these are elves is, will they tie back to the story that's going to be in the future because I have an elf in that story? That's my issue. That's my issue. How you read that comment and not the one before? I did read. What did I read? Oh, I didn't read that. There's a character in my book. Weight of her. Her name is Caitlin, and she's really a side character. But man, has she gotten so much attention from people who have read the book. That is true. People do attach themselves to side characters sometimes, and you don't. You're like, why? Extraordinary security complex unified for defense operations. I don't know if I like the E. I like everything else except maybe the E. But I also don't like escape, which is what I wrote down because it was the only E thing I could think about. I like the rest of it though. I'm writing it down so I can copy paste. That's extremely true. Yeah, but then you say, yeah, escuro. It's like saying our favorite FBI. We all just say that, but in reality, it's called the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Because an anagram at some point has to have the real name said at some point. If it's going to be a main part of the story, but I literally may just mention it once. Like, we may never see these elves in this particular story ever again. And again, the only reason I'm making this a big deal is because it may be mentioned in the future story. And that one's going to be so much more complicated. Because people will want to know what it stands for. I mean, it's your story. So, hey, if you like it, yeah. I just don't know if I like extraordinary. But I chose escape, and I also don't like that word. So I need another E word. Not exclusive. Because that was the next word that popped in my head. Okay, for E, make it Elven. Elven Security Complex Unified for Defense Operations. Oh, I know. It will be both. It can be both. Because at this point in the world, paranormal creatures aren't hiding, but also they're not like super open. There's still a very much like us them mentality. And like some humans don't fully realize that creatures are creatures. So yes, I did say they were elves. They're like Lord of the Ring elves. So I can see like a human may be extraordinary, but in reality it is the Elven Security Complex because they do give some products to humans, but the rest goes to them. Yes, I like that. I'm doing this. Hold on. I gotta type things so I don't forget. And I actually need to put this in my Word doc instead of just in my document. Wait, where can I put this? I need to figure out where to put this. I guess I can just put it here. ESCUD. Oh, okay. I need the last name again. Family. So this is the public name, and then nope, wrong buttons. And then This is the I'll just say private. Private name. There we go. Still a wrong button. Okay. Yay. Okay. There we go. I like that. I like that back and forth. And I can tap it if I want to or not. Yes, I like the duality of that. Especially if this does come back in my future story where there isn't any more secret between the paranormal creatures and humans. So. We were both writing about well, they're in the book, but my main characters are a vampire and a succubi. In the future story, the main character, the three main characters is an elf and two humans that kind of have powers-ish. They're like, it's like that future one, how I started it off, and it might change a little bit, is kind of like Buffy the Vampire Slayer characters with a like mystery plot and lots of sex and like messy relationships. Yes. But that's paused until I write this. Till I finish Hunger's Desire, and then I go back to that. Actually, that's a lie. I have this, finish Hunger's Desire, then I have a second serial in this world to finish, and then that one. Because that world is much more advanced than this world in the sense of like technology, so it's in the future. Glad you found it. Yay, yes. Me too. Okay. Let's do a sprint. Because I also have to go to the restroom. So let's do 30. I'm going to actually do 35. So I can still get my 25-minute sprint in, most likely. Let me go. Oops. I just accidentally made the comments go away. There we go. All right. And 1, 2, 3. Good. All right. Oh, wait, buttons. Okay, here we go. No, I just decided not to put the camera back on when I sat back down. No, I got back a little bit before 25, so I had a little bit extra time. Because then our friend who lives with us was asking me for help with something also. So he was cutting his own hair and wanted to know if he got everything in the back and stuff. So well, let's see, 4 paragraphs this time. Yay! That wasn't last sprint, was it? No, the laptop hasn't glitched yet. It's not too hot, so no. We'll probably get like 2 more sprints. So I don't have to wake up early tomorrow. I'd seen Bungle tomorrow, but later in the day, so I don't have to wake up early. What? What? Do you mean like what did I say? Nice. Also, when I said hi or say hello words, yes, I will tell them that. No. Went like woo. Oh, woo. Okay. Thank you. I will. Their cousin is moving out of state for a job or something like that. I don't know. But they need to like sell / get everything out of their house or apartment. Apartment. I think it's an apartment. And they have a desk that they're not sure what to do with. And Bungle asked me if I wanted it. And I was like, yeah. So, and it looks really nice. I'm hoping I measured correctly and it does fit through my door. but it looks really nice. It's bigger, so I have to like adjust a couple things. But I'm hoping everything will work out and I'll have a nicer desk, because this is like a cheap Walmart desk. It's already kind of falling apart. But I'm still keeping this because I'm actually going to use it for my like Dia de los Muertos, or English, like the Day of the Dead altar that I have all year round. Because the other day my husband and I woke up and found that the altar had fallen. It's because it's on like the like plastic shelves you can get at Walmart, and it's a little bit unstable, so I'm not surprised that it fell over. So we're gonna use this desk now for the altar, so it'll be more stable. So yes, because I had last year I had just bought a candle on sale. I think it was last year, or was it earlier this year? I had bought a candle on sale to add to the altar that was like was pretty like glass drawings on it, and it broke. So, but luckily it was on sale. Let's change that back to 25. There we go. Oh, I still have to like currently sprinting timer on. Oh. I'm still trying to like get my brain into this world. I don't know how I did it previously, going back and forth. Probably because I was just doing that and I got used to that. But like to have taken such a long time and then trying to remember how the characters act, how they act with each other, who they are, yeah. Oops, pressing the wrong buttons. Move. What? Oh, I understand how that works now. What is this button? I'm now just pressing buttons. I was curious what one of the tabs were. Okay. All right, let's do another squint. All right, back to our 25 minutes. And 1, 2, 3, go. All right. All done with that one. I'm trying to figure out how to present this bad person. Like, what angle do I want to present this at? You know what? I didn't go back and look at my notes on this person. I don't really have anything even planned to introduce her in the slightest in my timeline. My closest thing to a plot I have. Or I have a little bit of a plotted outline. Just not sure how much of a bitch I want to make this character, like right on the bat when we first meet her. Because then later she's going to become a problem. And it's going to cause the third act breakup kind of thing to happen. But obviously not yet. That's where I got, and that's where I was debating. Literally as the thing went off, I was like, how do I present her? Did you say how much of a bitch you want to make her? Yes, I did. I did say that. Because I'm choosing as of like 20 minutes ago to introduce her into the story now instead of just her randomly later, which is kind of what I was thinking. But you know, the discovery writer in me was like, nah, never mind. But she's she is an ex-partner of Sebastian. And she's going to cause problems for Sebastian and Katya, especially because everyone thinks Katya is human. Because she's pretending. So, and the whole point will be is that this stupid person, this woman, thinks that she's like meant to be with Sebastian because Sebastian comes from like a long, deep family of like Latino vampires, like one of the oldest families. And she's really just wanting the power. She doesn't love Sebastian. So I'm just like, do I do the like conniving thing where she's like super nice here and maybe a little too touchy, and then later when her or Katya are alone for whatever reason make her bitchy? Or do I do like she doesn't even acknowledge Katya because she's human, pretending to be human, and is like not all over Sebastian, but like obviously like, oh, this is my love. Like these are my thoughts of like, how do I present this? Just checking to see if I heard you correctly. Yes, you heard me correctly. Did you tell me why my outline is currently almost 25k words that I'm not finished yet? Oh my gosh. Woman. That's like almost as big as my novella. These are the kind of things where I'm like, I don't understand how you plotters do this. Like, oh my gosh. I don't understand. I don't understand. Cool, but I don't understand. Yes, do the conniving thing. No go with the first thing. Make her nice at first and then bitchy to Katya. Yeah. Yeah, it's a weirdly spelled name. It's one of the only names for a main character that I picked that doesn't actually have a meaning. It's weird, but I like it. And I don't remember exactly even why I picked it because I didn't write it down because I'm an idiot. But the story was also like super fly by the seat of your pants when I first started it, so I'm not surprised. I said I'm a detailed outlier. I know, but I'm just like 25K is like a novelette or like a short story or like it's almost like a novella length. Like, oh my god, I don't know. My brain just can't comprehend. Holy moly. I'm going to need you to stop talking about my friend like that. You are not. Yeah, but it's going to be a novel that will be probably 100K words. Still, just like, I could never. I could never. Ugh. I don't know. But who knows? It depending on, I guess, what people define as like detailed outlining. Maybe my first draft, or not first drafts, my zero drafts could count as like an outline. I don't know. My brain's just writing the book at this point. But this is why I'm not a plotter, because my brain can't wrap its head around the concept fully. Even the like skeleton outline I have for Hunger's Desire didn't even happen until after I had written like a bunch of words in the story already. I was going off of the timeline that I had made because it takes place over a very specific set of time. For me, it makes drafting easier. Hey, that makes sense. I've heard so many people say that about plotting, and then you don't have the problems that I have where I'm like trying to come up with shit or thinking of problems because this is the first time I'm thinking about them because I didn't plan. I don't know. I can sort of plug in story beats, but I can't plot in detail. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of do that too. Ish. It's more of like, I start writing, I figure out what I wanted to do, and then I'm like, oh, well, this probably has to happen, and this has to happen, and then this has to happen, and then that's like my outline. Skeleton outline, if I even want to do that. The last couple stories have had like a timeline, so that's more of like what I go off of is like the dates that I have to follow. But what happens during that day, I don't know ahead of time. Nope. JC Brando Sando is like you. He plots meticulously. I've heard that. Which, I mean, he's a big author. But he also writes like 50 books in 1 year. So, hey, we all write differently and we do what works best for. Exactly. Yep. I know. this is where like, oh, I didn't mean to click that. This is where sometimes I think like when people co-write, it some of the like more successful co-writing authors are people who are opposites. So like someone like me versus someone like JC who like I just write and go with it and you plot, where you can give us like a half plot and then I just go with it and then we kind of meld together somehow. I've heard of people doing that before and it working. But yeah, who knows? Now, if I can just get to the point where I'm writing 50 books a year, right. Can I write as many books at one time? Hell, I would settle for how much Esther and D put out. I'd settle for that. I'd love that. Though, to be fair, they do write shorter books. So I'm out here writing like 60, 70K full-length novels, romance novels. So, and then my one pure fantasy book, that was 90K. So yeah, there was no way I was gonna write that faster. I could not co-write with someone who doesn't outline. It would drive me insane. I have heard that too. Same. Dee has full-length books too, though. Yeah, but she's putting out like full-length and shorts because the Lily Love, I think, are all short. And then under her first pen name, she's like a mixture, if I'm remembering correctly. But still fast. She just gifted. I'd be happy to write a book in 5 years. I was at 90K words when I realized what I wrote was all crap. So I started over. Oh no! And I'm at about 16K. Save me. No. I'm sorry, friend. That's what I'm worried about. I have not gone back to reread that fantasy. I think about it a lot. I don't want to say all the time, but I think about it a lot because I do want to publish it and I just don't know how I'm going to do it because it's not a romance and both pen names are romance focused names. And in connection to writing that, I'm just like, A, that was so long ago. And B, I know there's messes in that book. And C, what about if I just wrote blibberish? Because I wrote that book over a few years. I don't even remember how long it was. It took time for me to write that book. And I'm just like, what about if it's all bad? What if it's 90K words of bad? And it was just good in my head. Like, what do I do? So I feel that. I live in that. I'm sure it was not all crap. I agree with that. As I say, on the opposite side of worrying about myself. But it probably wasn't. Did you decide it was crap or did you give it to someone else to read and they told you that? Fair question. You guys, that's what revision is for. You don't throw away where you go. You just refine. I know, but the self-doubt is strong sometimes. Just, not all, but I could not edit it better, so I took out a couple plot devices and restarted the basic plot with the new. I'm not sure how to say that last word. Whatever that last word is. Thankfully I didn't delete the first iteration though. That's good though. You have your original. That's nice. That's nice. But oh, paradigm. Oh, that's what that word is. Paradigm. Paradigm. That sounds weird. Oh, believe me, I know all too well about self-doubt. Every time someone tells me what I wrote was good, I still go like, really? You liked it? No, that's because you don't have confidence in yourself. You write amazing. Everyone says so. And your poetry is amazing. Because again, a bad friend and haven't read your book. But I read your poetry. I have your book. I own your book. I just haven't read it. But I also am curious to one day go back and read that fantasy book. After writing so much romance, to read something that's not romance that I wrote. Because I read non-romances. But like read something not romance that I wrote and see how I structured it and like where I was going. Because there is a romance in that book. It's just not a romance. So it kind of has a bittersweet ending. And I can't make it into a romance because then it would fuck up the message of the book. So, excuse me. It was more like I wrote it into a corner I couldn't back out of. Oh, no. You have to get to a point where you're happy with what you're putting out there because everyone is going to like what. Wait, nope. That is not what you wrote. Because everyone isn't going to like what you write. Yes, that is true. That is true. I feel like I'm which probably goes along the lines of how you act, JC, but I feel like I'm way more prepared for people to hate my book, specifically Project Blasphemy, because of its content. I'm ready for the flames and the pitchforks. But on the opposite side, I feel like if someone genuinely had a critique that I did wrong, I don't know how I'd deal with that. But the stupid ones where it's like, oh, you're going to go to hell and blah, blah, blah. I'm ready for those. I'm actually kind of excited to see that, like the first one. But, Tang, so that's when you do this. We like to call reverse outline, and write out all the plot points so that you can see everything clearly. Yeah, I did a little of that as well after I dropped the plot points that were driving me into a corner. Or I braced for people to tell me they don't like my books. I expect it, which is why I'm always shocked when they love it. I'm just, because of the content of Project Blasphemy, I am wholeheartedly expecting fire and brimstone people to show up. If they even read it. Or just somebody to read probably the synopsis and just say that. Like they didn't actually read the book. They just found out what the book was about. And then had a heart attack in my comments or in my reviews. I'm expecting that. But something outside of that circle of bigotry, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Which is why I am. Oh, wait. When you've been told by your own mother that what you're doing is worthless, or that you kind of expect people to say bad things. That's fair. I can see that. For all the like complicated emotions that happens with my parents, I am grateful that they don't fully discourage me. At this point in my life too, they do definitely encourage me more. Younger me was a more complicated situation. But yeah, it hasn't ever been outright bad or horrible. At most, my parents have just told me that they don't understand. Because my family is, I am like the only true creative in my family. My middle brother is close, but not exactly. Everyone else is very like technical science, like minded engineering people. So it was my husband who said that kind of shit to me. Oh no. Was bad? Should I say was? Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, me too. I'm sorry. Glad he's in the rearview mirror for you now. Yes, agreed. I can't imagine my parent telling me what I do is useless. I'm sorry, your mom said it. Yeah. Agreed. Stupid eyeball. Okay. I wonder if is it raining? Like really raining? I'm actually just curious now. Nope, we're back under a heat warning. We had a few days of rain and now it's like, never mind, we're gonna evaporate all the water I just gave you. Ha ha. I'm not surprised. Yes, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. My mom texted me saying that it was like 120 at the ranch. So, which is way too early for it to be that hot. It should not be hitting 120s now, like in July. Maybe late July. Not now. I pray for all the kids in summer school's souls. Especially if they're in an older school, because none of our schools have central air at all. With heating, but not air. It's bad. So I finally gotten to the point where I stopped trying to prove myself to her. Yeah. Nothing I ever do will be good enough to her, so now I just tune her out. And that is a healthy response and a healthy boundary. At least I feel like that is definitely something my therapist would tell me. It's 80 degrees at 3 a.m. here. Let's see. What is the temperature? It is 85 right now. And the low is supposed to be 79, which it will probably be 79 for like -0.0 seconds. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be 79 at 6 in the morning, right before the sun comes up, and then immediately jumps to 85. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Apparently the high today was 101. I didn't step outside at all. Absolutely the healthiest thing you can do with, yeah, for sure. It's 77 degrees also at 3 a.m. 90% humidity. Dropped some water here, and all of it wasn't just rain. We probably have some humidity because it's been raining. Will you tell me, weather app, what the humidity is? I'm curious. Nope. I feel like the weather app used to tell you more, and now it doesn't. Oh, here we go. It's in a different spot. It's 38% humidity right now. That's what it is. So probably like nothing for you guys. We got a little rain. Most of the Chantel went west of us. Yeah, it was 95 or something like that today. And I did step outside. No, bad. Yucky. I don't know what the humidity was last Wednesday, but it was our first real like monsoon rain day, and I felt it. It was bad. I felt the pressure, like the liquid in my lungs from the humidity. I was fighting off a migraine because of the pressure change. My hand was swelling, like my finger I couldn't get it to stop being swollen. Like I just, yeah, don't function well in any role form of humidity. My body doesn't work for that. No. Excuse me. I went to the grocery store. Yeah, the necessary trip to the grocery store. And you're like, can I survive without this? Nah, damn it. I went to the laundromat and that's it. Went straight home. My lungs love the humidity, but the rest of me doesn't. Yeah. As my asthma does not do humidity well. And I have learned that because I was born and grew up here and it's so dry here, my lungs extra don't do humidity, because when I went back east for a wedding, my husband's cousin was getting married, and we went in October. So it wasn't that humid, and it didn't really feel that humid to me, like how I feel like I think of humid. And it did rain, and there was like kind of something in the air, but it wasn't that bad. Apparently it was worse than I thought, because when I came home with pneumonia, walking pneumonia, and my physician said that she thought it was because I pretty much just drowned it. That my lungs are so not used to any real humidity that I just was breathing in the water and I was just drowning. Like my lungs just could not handle it. So that sucks. That sucks. Nope, we read that already. I'm the opposite. I can't deal with anything less than 35% or I get bronchitis. Yeah. That's fair. There are some people who are like that, like with their lungs, or even asthmatics where they're opposite and they need humidity. And apparently when I was really, really young, I had that a little bit. My parents had a humidifier, but I quickly outgrew that and became opposite, where the humidity now is worse for me. And I do know that some older people with humidity, or people not with humidity, with asthma, or just people that are more like me with their asthma, have to move out here because it's dry and it's easier for them to breathe. So because reason why I'm stuck in the south. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's very soupy there from what I hear. Let's see. Oh, I just thought of something in regards to my outline. Ooh, outline. She's about to get knocked out cold, okay, after getting hit by a car. My poor main character, she's tough though. Like, she's getting knocked out because of the car accident, or like someone's gonna knock her out after the accident. Those are two different vibes. I'm just curious. Which vibe are we going for? Because with you, it could be either. She's getting close to the killer. Okay. Okay. After the accident. Yeah. She got this. She'll beat the shit out of him. It'll be fine. I believe in her. She's confronting someone she shouldn't be, not the killer, but someone who knows the killer. Oh. That sounds fun. This sounds fun. I like this. Oh, I left the mute banner up this whole time. Okay, let's do our last sprint. And because I'm starting to get hungry, so I have to eat something. Because I didn't eat food for lunch. I had a shake because I had breakfast late. So I had a protein shake. So I'll need to eat some food. But yeah, let's do last sprint. Maybe I'll finish out this scene introducing this bad person. All right. And 25 minutes. And yes, I gotta knock someone out real quick. Yeah. All right. And 1, 2, 3, go. All right. Well, that was weird. I guess my internet company is doing maintenance or something like that. I don't know. We're on my hotspot. So I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'm glad I said that was the last sprint. And do a little bit more investigating, find out what the freak is going on with the internet. Because I couldn't log into the customer web page. Said it was under maintenance. So weird. But yeah. So I'm gonna go. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I missed all the action. My internet glitched or did something and lost signal, and we're on my hotspot right now. So yeah, the quality is garbage. That's why. But yeah. So yeah, you are a bit glitchy. It did a thing. Yeah, it's because we're on my hotspot. So I'm gonna go ahead and go so I can turn that off. And I will see you guys on Friday. Yes, Friday for Skyblock with Bungle. As long as nothing happens, we'll be having Skyblock with Bungle on Friday. But yes, I'll see you guys then. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Go get off that. Good night. Yes. Night. Bye. Oh wait, I have to awkwardly end this now because I don't have an end screen. Oh, let me test it. Nope. Okay. Didn't work. Stupid StreamYard. Okay, bye everybody. Bye.